Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test.
Good evening, councillors and members in the public gallery. I will officially open this evening's ordinary council meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you for your attendance tonight. I'd like to remind everyone in the chambers to ensure that comments are respectful to the council and all meeting attendees, including city officers and those in our public gallery. Please note this meeting is being live streamed. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'll move on to item 3, announcements. There are no announcements from the presiding member this evening. Item 4, attendance. Councillor Clark is on leave of absence and no apologies have been received. All remaining councillors are present in the chambers. Applications for leave of absence. Are there any councillors who would like to apply for a leave of absence? Councillor Maleka?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to apply for leave from the 20th of November to the 26th of November inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to have inclusive from the 12th of December to the 16th of December inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson? Sorry, just Councillor Palmer, if you could turn off your mic.
Thank you. If I could apply, please, for the 18th of December till the 25th of December inclusive.
Thank you. I'd like to apply for leave from the 20th of November to the 25th of November inclusive, noting that I have requested attendance at the OCM on the 22nd of November, subject to council approval this evening. Are there any other requests? If not, do I have a mover? Councillor Sutherland, seconded Deputy Mayor. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Item 5, disclosures of interest. Are there any councillors who have an interest to disclose? Councillor Bull.
Thank you. Interest. Item 10.3.1, Network Renewal Undergrounding Program Pilot. It's a proximity interest. My home is opposite the Bayswater area. I will leave the room. Item 10.5.2, Under Bridge Activation, Tonkin Gap. It's a proximity interest. My home abuts the Tonkin Gap project. I will leave the room. And item 10.1.3, Ward Boundary and Representation Review Discussion Document. This is a financial interest. I'm the chair of the Local Government Advisory Board and I will leave the room.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, item 11.3, Active Travel Officer Grants. My husband works for the Department of Transport, which is mentioned in the motion. So it's an impartial, and I will stay in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. My first one is for item 10.1.3, the ward boundary representation review discussion document. My street is listed in that discussion document. So this is an impartial interest and I'll be staying in the room for this one. And also for 10.3.1, where we're talking about the undergrounding of power, my street is in one of the areas identified in this report and I'm going to go for an impartial interest on this one. Thank you. Staying in the room.
Thank you. I'd also like to declare an interest in item 10.1.2, electronic attendance of the Mayor and Councillor Eveson at November Ordinary Council meeting. This is in relation to my attendance at a meeting. It is an impartial interest and I'll be staying in the room. Councillor Eveson?
Yes, on the same item and the same interest, but I declared that last week, so just wanted to make sure it's still there. And
So it's
thank you.
impartial. and it will-
Impartial, and we'll be staying in the room, yes.
Thank you. Okay, if there's nothing further, we'll now move on to public question time. Members of the gallery, I'll first call for questions on items on this evening's agenda, and then I will open to questions on items not on the agenda. Please keep in mind that you are limited to 3 questions. So would anyone like to ask a question in relation to tonight's agenda?
Good evening. I have a couple of questions, or 3 questions. My name's Julie Preston and I reside at Constant Street in Bayswater, which is approximately 100 metres from Claughton Reserve. So I'm asking questions in relation to 10.5.2. As talked about last week, our family frequents Claughton Reserve, while using the area frequently for picnics, paddleboarding, birthdays, and we've lived in the area for approximately 20 years. The area under the bridge that's proposed for redevelopment by Main Roads is widely unkept, it's barren and has little activity. There's rarely any antisocial behaviour, and rangers confirm that this area is one of the nicer pockets of Bayswater. Main Roads proposal offers activation of the space for multiple users in our local community, connecting Riverside Gardens to Claughton Reserve. The area has the same flood risk as the newly installed playground at Claughton Reserve. Mosquito risk is the same as the recently installed fenced dog area at Riverside Gardens, and passive surveillance remains the same as the boat ramp at the car park at Claughton Reserve. All those developments are approved and maintained. If councillors vote to reject...
President, I'll just get to the question.
If councillors vote to reject the officer's recommendations, do they have a plan for ensuring the area is developed and maintained for ratepayers to utilise?
Thank you for your question. This is subject to council consideration of the item at tonight's meeting.
Thanks. Question 2 is the area around Claughton Reserve is a quiet residential area with an old-fashioned community feel. Are councillors aware that during COVID lockdown of 2020, a local family built their own pump track on vacant land between River Road and Tonkin Highway? Local children used the track and built connections. There was no passive surveillance, no one complained, and there were heaps of mosquitoes. There was sharing of bikes, kids learned to ride, skills were developed. It was like going back in time. This sadly was destroyed with the redevelopment of the Tonkin Highway, or the widening. Activating the area under the bridge encourages multi-generational, multi-purpose use and allows young people to feel involved in their community close to their home. If councillors reject the officer's recommendation, do they have an alternative site with a plan developed to deliver to this local community a similar development to what Main Roads propose in a sun-safe area that doesn't require the removal of any green space at minimal cost to the ratepayer, with a community survey that supports the plan?
Thank you for your question. I can't foreshadow what council's decision will be tonight on the item. However, I can advise that no specific site has been identified at this time in relation to your question. However, a number of sites could potentially be deemed suitable. The city is seeking to develop a skate and BMX strategy in the coming months, which will consider appropriate locations for these types of facilities.
Thanks. And my last question. Bayswater Council currently funds playgrounds and refurbishes playgrounds at most parks or neighbourhood green spaces that are used widely by children under 10. It has recently installed fenced dog exercise areas, which include picnic tables, installed static exercise equipment, funded family days and entertainment for the Avon Descent, and installed new park benches at Riverside Gardens, all of which are aimed at families with young children or adults. What projects or activities do Bayswater currently provide or plan to provide for young people in the West Ward of Bayswater that are free, enable independent, unstructured play, and encourage activity away from screens that enable them to be part of the community?
Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
In the next quarter, the city will be engaging with young people through monthly Youth Advisory Council meetings, collaborating with schools to develop the Harmony Cookbook, social media training, employment skills workshop package, including barista training and involvement in the Pride Fest Hyde Park event, including face-to-face and online. The City is also working with young people to develop projects including a teen boot camp, community garden in collaboration with a local school, and advocating for youth at a youth forum with their local Member of Parliament. Other activities include advocating and representing youth at the opening of the city's Wadden Skate Park and applying for a grant to plan preparing a program of events for the 2023 Youth Week. The engagement of young people is guided by the Youth Action Plan 2019 to 2023. The purpose of the plan is to steer the city, together with the city's Youth Advisory Council, to progress the needs and aspirations of young people aged 12 to 25 years living in the city of Bayswater. This plan will be reviewed in 2023. The plan focuses on 3 key themes: health and wellbeing, education and employment, and community connection. Thank you. Would someone else like to ask a question on an item on tonight's agenda?
Yeah, g'day. My name's Andrew. I spoke at last week's agenda briefing meeting about item 10.5.2, the underbridge activation of Tonkin Gap. It's great to see since that meeting the officer's recommendation has changed and now they're fully supporting the TGA's proposal for the Redcliffe Bridge activation. The full endorsement of this pump track, mountain bike skills area and canoe landing by the council is in alignment with the community sentiment as shown in the TGA survey and with the wider Bayswater ratepayers who've requested that as part of the Bayswater Rec plan. I just think this proposal is a very innovative use of the space of degraded land, and it's going to be a first for Perth, and it has the potential to provide great amenity for families in the city. So with this in mind, my question is to the council: will the council request that the TGA consult with SABDAC when designing the pump track and mountain bike area to ensure this project achieves the best outcomes for the local community?
Thank you for your question. Consultation has already been undertaken with SABDAC in relation to the concept plan, and further consultation can be undertaken during further design development. It should be emphasised that the current proposal is for a low-key recreational mountain bike and pump track elements. Would anyone else like to ask a question on an item on tonight's agenda?
I was just checking on the number. I think it's 10.4.1, the streetscape for Russell Street that I'm speaking on. So my name is Shannon Lee, and I just want to ask 3 questions, which I did provide. And the first one is asking why the council is no longer pursuing or advocating within the Morley Activity Centre for underground power, considering the cross-section shows a 3.4 metre shared path with a loss of space between 1 and 1.5 metres for lighting between the poles and the street, leaving us with essentially the same width path that's currently on Russell Street.
Thank you for your question. The scope of the Russell Street design project does not include the investigation of underground power. The current cross-section includes power poles, as the cost to underground the power at this stage is unknown and unbudgeted. However, this is not to say that undergrounding of power in the Morley Activity Centre will not be pursued in the future.
Question 2, I'm just going to amend it a little bit because I did see that there was a response already to essentially what I was going to ask from last week's, and I saw that after I put mine in. Is the council aware that the proposed cross-section is, I was originally going to ask if you're aware of that it was based on incorrect information regarding the PTA lane width requirements, and I see that you were given a response to that. Which I disagree with, and therefore, are you aware that this proposed option does not align to the endorsed Morley Activity Centre structure plan, nor the endorsed streetscape plan that you guys endorsed very recently. And would the council, the change of this question is, would the council consider seeking a peer review of this design?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, there's no intention to do a peer review of the design at this stage.
So is council aware that the street can actually be designed with a minimum 2.5 meter footpath, shared path, additional space for lighting, trees, a 2 meter width bike lane, and the 1.8 meter median pedestrian refuge within the existing road reservation, because 4.2 is not any requirement that is on any road in WA that I've ever seen for bus requirements. So have you all seen that all that can actually fit within 20 meter road reserve? And is anyone questioning this 4.2 meter requirement, or why you need a 4.8 meter wide median with trees in the middle to, I don't know, shade grass in the middle of the street?
Thank you for your question. There are a number of options to consider in the cross-section, and as outlined previously, the consultant, when considering the contextual and site factors, recommended the cross-section as detailed in the report. Thank you. Would anyone else like to ask a question on an item on tonight's agenda? If not, I'll ask if there are any questions on items not on this evening's agenda. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Joy Appleby and I live on 13 Paddington Street, Bayswater. This is about the proposed microbrewery and beer garden, Lot 6, 20 Mergibing Street, Bayswater. On August 23rd, we received a letter asking us to comment on the proposed change of use to a microbrewery and beer garden with opening hours Wednesday to Sunday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Subsequently, I've discovered that a lunch bar and commercial kitchen have already been approved for the site, with operating hours Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m, and Saturday, Sunday and public holidays, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. So my first question, why has the council approved very extended opening hours of the lunch bar, which is really a restaurant, without consulting the local residents, especially with respect to parking and noise? Do I read all of them out?
Oh, we can do one at a time if you like. Thank you for your question. I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, I would say that the development application was assessed in accordance with the planning framework, and at the time was considered appropriate and hence approved accordingly in terms of the lunch bar.
I didn't understand that.
Do you mind repeating that,
Yeah,
please?
thank you. Through the chair, basically, in regards to the lunch bar development application, would have been assessed in against to the requirements, the planning framework in which we need to assess applications, and it would have been consistent to that planning framework and was approved accordingly.
My second question, what noise limits will council specify for the beer garden, especially if it is not enclosed with solid walls?
I'll go to the director.
Thank you. Through the chair, there is noise regulations that governs what noise levels can be allowable. So any noise associated with any proposed courtyard will need to comply with those noise regulations.
Right. And the third question, what consideration has council given to the impact on the local community with the reintroduction of an alcohol outlet in this area, given past alcohol-related violence in Paddington and Pearson Street? Because 20 years ago, the Ashfield Tavern was there on Pearson.
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, the application for the microbrewery has been advised by the applicant to be put on hold, so there hasn't been a full assessment in regards to that application at this stage.
Okay, I thought I could ask that.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to ask a question? If not, councillors, the city has received questions in writing from 6 ratepayers. These questions and the responses from officers have been listed in your run sheet, and I'll take those as read. I'll now move on to item 7, confirmation of minutes. The first one we have is to confirm the minutes of the ordinary... Yes, Mr Tonkin?
So we don't get to hear the answer, or we have to wait 10 working days to get the answer?
For the ones provided in writing,
Yes.
they'll be the answers will be published in the minutes. They're in the run sheet as well. They're available. Yeah. You're welcome. So, councillors, we'll just go back to item 7, which is confirmation of the minutes from the ordinary council meeting of the 20th of September. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor moved, seconded Councillor Ostaszewski. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. We'll now move on to confirmation of the minutes for the special council meeting of 11 October 2022. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation as per the addendum distributed on the 21st of October? Moved Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Ostaszewski. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 8, presentations. Councillors, does anyone have a petition to table? Councillor Bull?
We, the undersigned, being the electors of the district, formally petition the City of Bayswater to address the following: hooning, speeding and reckless driving on Moorjebing Street, Bayswater. Moorjebing Street between Guildford Road and Hardy Road is a very straight, very wide, 650 metre long stretch of road with right-of-way for its full length. This stretch of road has become a haven for hoons doing burnouts and dangerous speeding, and it occurs regularly at all hours of the day and night. Given that the southern half of the stretch of road is a residential area without footpaths, there are commonly pedestrians, including pets and children, walking or bike riding on the road. These residents are being placed at risk by this dangerous driving behaviour, as well as being subject to the general noise pollution, marks on the road and general nuisance it is causing for all of us living in the vicinity. We request consideration to be made to enact the following to address these issues. 1. The installation of signage on Moorjebing Street posting the 50 km/h speed limit. And 2. An investigation into traffic calming measures such as speed humps, etc. My name is Jackson Carr, and as the initiator of this petition, I can be contacted at the following addresses. And there's 21 signatures.
Thank you. I'll just ask for a mover and a seconder to accept the petition. Do I have a mover? Councillor Palmer, seconded. Deputy Mayor, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. So, councillors, there are no presentations this evening.
Can I just talk a little bit about the Wolga conference? Is that all right? Or presentation? Just gets report.
Go ahead, Councillor Sutherland.
Be very brief. Sorry, I should have told you before, I suppose. Look, I just wanted to mention a few things about it because I thought it's important for the community and the councillors that weren't there to listen to a few of the points. So the Wolga AGM was held on Monday the 3rd of October. Councillor Johnson and myself represented the Bayswater Council. It's a great chance, always a great chance, to meet and discuss issues facing councils all across the state, and also to work out that we're not alone in some of the issues that we face. Well, that's what I thought anyway. The theme for this year's convention was embracing change. Some of the highlights for me were listening to the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia, Madeleine King, and Patrick Gorman, the Minister assisting the Prime Minister. talking about the future, what plans the Prime Minister and the ALP have got for Australia, so that was really good. And then Ben Harvey, the West Australian reporter, quizzed them on some questions pertaining to council matters, and that was really informative. Another highlight was obviously listening to the speech by the Ambassador of the Ukraine, and if we think we've got it hard here, you should have listened to his speech. It was pretty horrific what's going on over there. But the biggest thing pertaining to the councillors or council was from the demographer Bernard Salt. And then for those that don't know, he was the man responsible for adding smashed avo to our vocab. He used the figures of last year's census to talk about social changes that councils are going to face in the future. And two phenomena I want to talk about. One is working from home. So obviously COVID really increased that phenomena, and it's here to stay according to SALT and the 2021 census. It's estimated about 15% of the workforce now can work from home for a long period of time. And according to him and obviously some of the other planners, this will put pressure on services in the local area as less people now need to travel to the city. The other highlight I thought was the millennials are embracing suburbia. So those are the people now turning, between 30s and 40s. They're coming into suburbia, and I know, listening to Councillor Bull about the average age of Bayswater, it's about 38, so that just enhances what's happening now. And they're starting to take over the baby boomer as a dominant group. As they're moving into suburbia, their needs are different to, obviously, the baby boomers. There were many motions passed, but probably interesting for me, the motion to reform the CAT Act of 2011 was a big one, because we just talked about that in August, so that was timely. And other motions that I thought were interesting, there were many, but and I know a lot of you have seen these, but the car parking and traffic congestion around schools, that's forever, especially in inner city or older suburbs like we've got. And the City of Cockburn moved a motion calling on the state government to implement stringent and uniform shopping trolley containment laws for the whole state, which again I thought was a good one. So all in all, it was pretty informative. Lots more to talk about, but I just thought I'd mention those two phenomena from the census because it's pretty interesting.
Thank you, Councillor Sutherland. So councillors' deputations were heard at last week's agenda briefing forum, and this evening we have one delegates report from Councillor Peterson-Pick. Councillor, would you like to move this report? Yes. May I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer. Councillor Peterson-Pick, would you like to make any comments?
Don't have any comments.
Councillor Palmer? If not, I'll put this straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 9, method of dealing with agenda business. And pulling first this evening will be Councillor Eason.
Yes, can I please pull 10.4.1, 10.4.2, 10.4.4, 10.5.2, and obviously my own one, 11.1.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last one.
11.1, which is my own motion, notice of motion.
Oh, okay, we don't have to do that. And sorry, the first one you said was 10.4.1.
Correct. 10.4.2. Yeah, sorry. My apologies. 10.4.1, 10.4.2, 10.4.4, 10.5.2. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sutherland. No. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. 10.1.1, 10.1.2, 10.1.3, oh sorry, I'm not 10.1.2, 10.1.3, 10.3.1.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Nothing, thank you.
Councillor Bull? Councillor Johnson?
Sorry, no, I don't think I might have missed some. Sorry, just with some last minute changes, I might have missed some, but I don't think so. But I did just want to, I missed just reiterating some conflicts of interest that I made at the agenda briefing forum. So it was on 10.4.2 is an impartiality interest, and 11.3 also an impartiality interest made on the deputation. So I wasn't sure if I need to make that again.
Okay, thank you. There, are you sure there wasn't an item that you want to pull, because I had been advised you wanted to move an amendment?
No, thank you. I won't be moving that amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maleka? Councillor Ostaszewski?
Thank you. There's nothing from me at this stage. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer?
Thank you. 10.5.1, please.
10.5.1.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We'll first consider items that were subject of deputations. So can I please have a mover and a seconder to bring items 10.4.2, 10.4.4 and 10.5.2 forward to the beginning of section 10 for discussion before we resume the order of business as set out in the agenda. Moved Councillor Palmer, seconded Councillor Ostaszewski. I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. So the first item is 10.4.2, Riverside Gardens mobile food vehicle, pulled by Councillor Eveson. Are you moving?
Yeah, I've got an alternative that the city has got ready.
Okay, so that's the alternative that councillors have been provided.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Eason.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is in councillor's run sheet, but I'll ask the minute taker just to put it on the screen.
Did you want me to read through?
Yes, please.
Yep. So the motion is, or the alternatives, that council requests the Chief Executive Office develop and undertake an expression of interest process to allow one mobile food vehicle to establish a semi-permanent presence in the public car park west of the Eric Singleton Bird Sanctuary at Riverside Gardens West, Bayswater, subject to the following conditions. Number one, the hard stand and adjoining parking bay being marked for the exclusive use via a sign installed by the city at the applicant operator's cost, whilst the applicant operator holds a valid permit. Number two, the mobile food vehicle is not permitted to trade from the permit location during city or external events unless the mobile food vehicle has been approved as a temporary food business for the event. Number three, the mobile food vehicle can be connected to the city's external power supply connection, subject to the electricity consumption costs being borne by the applicant operator. And number four, compliance with all other conditions specified within the mobile food vehicle permit. That's it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, look, given some time to, this was obviously prepared in the run sheet and on the screen in front of us, I feel this alternative speaks for itself in regards to utilising the infrastructure already provided at Riverside Gardens and providing our community with a regular quality vendor at this premier location within the city. I've discussed with the intent of this motion with the deputy and the mobile food vendor Peter, who presented last week. And during this discussion, it was easy to see that Peter is a wonderful vendor that cares for his customers and is seeking use of the electrical point for the right reasons, to provide a better experience for his customers and users of the lovely Riverside Gardens. We also discussed that to be fair and transparent in the selection process, Peter also agreed with his approach, knowing that he wasn't the only vendor who had contacted the city on this matter. However, true to his character, he was also shown interest in contributing to the future to upgrade infrastructure so more vendors would be able to connect and remove the need for generators. It's because of this conversation that I'm comfortable to put forward this alternative motion tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer, could I just get you to turn off your mic? Councillor Sutherland?
No, I really don't have anything to add. I just think it's a great asset for that local community.
Thank you. Do I have anyone speaking against? Councillor Palmer?
Thank you. Sorry, Madam Mayor. I wasn't speaking against. I'd like to ask a question, please.
Go ahead.
The cost of the hard stand, and I'd like to know what that would be approximately.
I'll go to the
And
director.
if the applicant has been made, or the proposed applicants are made aware of that cost.
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, I can't advise what the actual approximate cost would be, but that can be considered and put in the information that will be sent out as part of the expression of interest process.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, can I just check, are we talking $1,000? I think all of you officers know, $1,000 or $5,000, what would be the nearest? I mean, we've got to have some sort of take before we can even agree to a good idea like this.
I'll go to the director.
Thank you. Just to clarify, there is an existing hard stand, so it's the use of the existing hard stand. The only additional cost will be signage.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson speaking against.
Yes, I'd like to propose an amendment or an alternative, please, or foreshadow.
Foreshadow an alternative, yep.
Yeah. Sorry? Yeah, so that has been prepared and it has been, sorry, it is in the run sheet, so I can talk to it, but does that need to,
If
it
you
is
don't-
up. Thank you very much for putting that up. So essentially my foreshadowed motion is that we accept the offer that we had, or approve the request, I should say, that we had from the applicant, because we have I won't debate. The council approves the request from the applicant operator of Peter's Cafe mobile food vehicle to be located in the public car park west of Eric Singleton Bird Sanctuary at Riverside Gardens, West Bayswater, for a semi-permanent presence subject to the following conditions. And I believe they are the same conditions.
So would you like to speak against what's on the table?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What's on the table is that we're saying that Peter, who's been operating down there for 5 years, running a generator that wants to plug in, to, rightfully so, I think, and I have been there, wants to plug into the existing power point that is there, that is metered, that's ready to go. I think he's established himself as a reputable operator, reliable. We heard him talk about coming down to Riverside Gardens, rain, hail and shine, absolute punishing conditions, to establish a reputation within the community and reliability. We've got that. We've got a request. He's made the request multiple times over the last 5 years. We now have an opportunity at council to say yes or no and give the officers direction. What is on the table currently is to go back and rework it and open it up to other people, which may or may not achieve the outcome that we want. The request that we had to provide electricity for Peter's Cafe actually achieves the outcome that we want, that fits in with a long-term plan for Riverside Gardens. It fit to have more activation and obviously to have a cafe there. We have a previous council resolution to explore the option of having a cafe there. We have this opportunity right now to give the applicant what he wanted. Was he's down there every weekend and other times during the week, and there's a PowerPoint right next to where he currently operates, and it'd be so simple for us to just say, yeah, let's do it. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But I think what we've got right on the table is the opportunity to just approve the request rather than to turn it into another process.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Peterson-Peake.
I just have a question
Yeah.
to the officers through you, Madam Mayor. Can only one mobile food vehicle connect to the current PowerPoint?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, I understand there's 2 PowerPoints. The intention is to leave one of those for city's use. The only concerns if there's 2 mobile food vehicles, there may be limitations on the usage in terms of tripping, but that hasn't been tested yet.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak on it? Anyone speak? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I ask a question of the mover, please? Thank you very much. If I could ask, would the mover amend his to read the actual applicant, Mr. Peter Cafe, is that right, Cafe, instead of developing an expression of interest, actually keeping the same conditions, but just allowing that to be for the existing mobile food van, Mr. Peter Cafe.
Councillor Palmer, if you could turn off your mic.
Look, the intent, and as I discussed with Peter, was that he wasn't probably the first or one of the only vendors that has contacted about this site, and that's why. And I did speak to him about going out to an EOI, and he was quite comfortable with that. So I'm probably not keen to change it. So,
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, can I just get another clarification from the mover so it will be clear? So the applicant, Peter, was happy to go to an EOI instead of giving him the permission to use it immediately? Is this what you were saying?
Yeah. So we talked about the obviously how long he'd been there for. He talked through that he used to live in the city. He doesn't anymore. And then I mentioned to him that that live in the area, go to a lot of food trucks and playgrounds around the city. So did talk about that other vendors that we did know, and he actually did say that some of those vendors had applied as well. So he was quite happy with a fair process that was an expression of interest.
Would anyone like to speak for? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I will be supporting what's on the table, and as Councillor Easton just said, fair process. This is something that I believe that we've done consistently with Cafe at the Rise. We've been approached, and then we've gone out for EOI. This council's gone out for EOI. We've been approached about Burt Wright. That one went out for EOI as well. So from my perspective, it's just a consistent approach.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sad to say I am against it. I think we're opening up another can of worms to have everybody flying in from everywhere when we already have a very loyal person who's been there for many years and has put his life into it. And that is a business, it's not just a van, it's a very expensive item. He's given us his loyalty as City of Bayswater on Riverside Gardens, and I feel that we owe him just a little bit of courtesy where he has stood by us. And I feel once we open it to an expression of interest, it's just another anxiety that all the vendors will be feeling, because if there are so many coming in, only one is chosen. That's pretty unfair unless the city can actually say, well, we've got another spot in Arbour Park or somewhere like that. But I feel that it's unfair to use a situation where he's been the existing vendor at Riverside Gardens for many, many years. And maybe even though, and I give great respect to my councillor colleague here, maybe he didn't understand that there could have been an effort where instead of an EOI, that he was actually going to be named. And I think he's just being innocently thinking that he was doing the right thing by agreeing with an EOI. But when you look at it deeply, you know full well exactly what's going to happen. So with great respect, I disagree with that, and I hope it goes to the other one.
Councillor Bull.
I just wanted to ask, there's no detail in the motion about what an expression of interest would look like. So my question to the mover is, what would comprise the criteria for an expression of interest?
Councillor Easton.
Yeah, I'll probably go to the director. So we did ask those questions and the criteria, and I believe there is a process that the city has already got in place. Okay, I'll have to reread the email, Councillor Bull, but it's quite operational. There's an EI process that's been completed, as we heard, at Burt Wright Park, at Crimea. I know it's been undertaken, and we've got it at Barden Park as well, from what I understand. So it's not a new process.
Councillor Bull, would you like to speak on it?
Another question to the city. Why did the city decide to present this request to council when apparently there's, according to the mover, there's a whole heap of food trucks making this request?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, my understanding is that there was a formal request from the vendors, so that's why I was referred to council to consider that formal request.
So I'm a bit confused now. So my question is, who's right, the mover or the city? So the city is saying there's one formal request. The mover is saying there's lots of requests. So there's a difference of information here. So I'm interested to understand who's right.
Through the chair, there may be, and I have to take that on notice, there may be other informal requests, but I know that this was a formal request, this particular one.
I think it's really important that we're careful on how we present information. And so when the mover said that there were lots of requests, I immediately was curious as to why this one would come forward. We now advise that actually there is only one formal request, not lots of requests. I do not have a clue what an expression of interest criteria would look like. So I don't know what I'm voting on. I was hoping to get the information from the mover, but I was told that there was expression of interest criteria used at a number of other places, and I've got no idea what the circumstances around those are. So look, there is a reasonable request here done through the proper process, formal by way of a formal request put before council. And it seems to me that the right and honourable thing to do would be to support that request, as opposed to introducing more red tape to small businesses who this council says they support, and force small businesses to jump through hoops, spend time putting applications together instead of spending time growing their businesses, and with the chance that they won't be chosen. So on that basis, I think this council has shown that they support cutting red tape and they support making the life of small businesses easier. And so I won't be supporting this, but I'm hopeful that the foreshadowed will come forward, which I would support.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this? If not, I have a question to the director. In the past, and I'm thinking Birtright Park, did we receive a request from an operator to operate from Birtright Park, like a coffee place? And what was council's response to that request?
Through the chair, my recollection was there was, and we did go through an expression of interest.
Do you remember what date that was?
I've got to take, it would have been about 4 years ago, but I would need to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this? If not, I'll go the mover to close.
I've got some of the criteria in front of me after looking at it, but look, I think the main concerns I gleaned from debate was, are they the only vendor? I know other vendors, so I've spoken with them firsthand that have said that they've also expressed interest. Whether that's formally and informally, I don't answer the phone calls at the City of Bayswater, so I can't say. Is it a short-term process? Was a question asked of the city, because obviously we're getting into season. We are in season now, and it was advised that yes, it would be a swift process. I'm looking at some weightings. It's about whether they're operated by someone that lives in the city. It's about a unique offering about food with some weighting of 35%, some marketing presence, and some, so there is definitely some structure here, and that was provided to me when I was, pursuing a look for an alternative. I think I've addressed most of the concerns. As I mentioned, I was very open with the applicant and said and asked the question. And look, he was also very interested in providing more capital in the future with the city to upgrade the PowerPoint so other vendors can connect at that location. So, as I said, very lovely man, very, very trustworthy and very community focused. And I encouraged him to get a petition of his customers to sign, and hopefully that will help in swaying a decision for him. But I do believe we need to go out to market and an expression of interest to make sure that we're being fair and equitable for everybody. Thank you.
I'll now put this to the vote. What's the amendment the motion is moved by Councillor Eveson, and there is a foreshadowed on the table if this fails. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Earhart, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Bull and Councillor Johnson. That is carried. We'll now move on to the next item, which was pulled, which is item 10.4.4, proposed alterations and additions to Bayswater Hotel, and that was pulled by Councillor Eason. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
I've got an alternative which the city has prepared.
So the alternative, which councillors have also received in their run sheet.
As per the run sheet, yes.
As per the run sheet. I'll just ask if there's a seconder. Councillor Sutherland.
You want me to read it out? Or it's quite lengthy, as was the deputation last week.
Would you just like to read what's in the run sheet?
Yeah, look, I can, yep. So that the officer's recommendation be moved with the following amendments. Deletion of conditions 2, 11, and number 2 and number 11, and make advice notes 12, 16, 17, 23, 24, 27, and 28. The second part is to delete advice note number 7. And then the third part is amending conditions 5, 6, 8, 10, 14, 20, 22, and 26 to include supplementary advice notes.
Okay, go ahead.
Cool. Look, I'm delighted to see the first DA in the Bayswater Town Centre. And it is extremely pleasing to see such a high quality proposal. One that retains and respects the existing heritage of this landmark building for the Bayswater Town Centre, but also seeks to modernise and adapt the Baysy to be a more contemporary hotel and deliver a better service to the Bayswater now and in the future. This proposal is a fine example of responsible development that many in the community have been asking for. Community groups that have been strong advocates for the potential of Bayswater, and it's been many years, but the first proposal is finally here. There's a lot to like about this proposed refurbishment, expanding the outdoor area, streamlining the inside areas to make them far more open and inviting, essentially making the whole hotel far more family friendly and inclusive. It's clear that the owner-operators have spent considerable time to getting to know the Bayswater community, and this proposal will tick a lot of boxes for a lot of locals, similar to what we've seen down the road in Bassendean. Now the detail. So my alternative motion addresses the concerns that were raised in last week's deputation. It was a highly detailed one, as you might recall. Delivering the red tape reduction needed to streamline and clarify conditions, whilst retaining the intent and compliance on important planning matters. A common sense approach that considers the officer's recommendation and the applicant's suggested modifications. I look forward to council's support.
Thank you. Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, I'm going to support this alteration, and yeah, I think it's sensible, especially after listening to the deputation last week. I too think this is the best news for Baysy. This hotel is an asset and will be a great new venue for the suburb. I was particularly impressed with the deputation last week and their ability to be able to answer all the queries about the and questions about the conditions well. So I feel really easy about getting rid of a lot of those conditions. We have to reduce the red tape. I just want to mention about the signage, and I think, and while I'm on that, I'd like to thank all the deputations that were in writing as well. To me, the new signage of the Baysy Hotel will be a great statement coming into the town site from the airport or the other way as well. It will end up being, in my opinion, an iconic sign, just like the Hollywood sign in the US and many others around the world. Finally, this will be a much-needed family-friendly venue, which reflects the changing demographics of the local area. As I just said in my other summary about from the Welga conference, millennials are starting to come back into the suburb, and I think it's going to be a much-needed and popular family-friendly venue. So I encourage councillors to support it.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Bull?
Yeah, I'm wondering whether the city could just explain what the effect of the deletion of 2 and 11, but more particularly moving 12, 16, 17, 23, 24, 27 and 28 as an advice note is. Like, yeah.
Thank you. I'll go to the director.
Thank you through the chair. It might be worthwhile if I can just get the manager to go through those details. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we've provided a condition list to all councillors this afternoon, which details the city's response to the deletion of conditions. Would you like me to go through each one?
Yeah, I'm interested in terms of the impact of what is proposed. Yeah.
In the context of Councillor Everson's, yeah, okay. So condition 2 is essentially the city was requesting that that some of the land which is currently used by the hotel, that we take back a metre of that land so that we can get a better footpath within the within that side of the Bayswater Town Centre. So with the Councillor Everson's alternative recommendation, that condition is not included. Condition 11 previously has become an advice note. Now, essentially, that's a standard wording around that the applicant takes responsibility for any liability and maintenance and reinstatement of any road reserve landscaped as a condition of approval. So that becomes an advice note. Bearing in mind that the new condition 2 in the alternative recommendation still includes a legal agreement and liability insurance being undertaken by the applicant. Now, when Councillor Everson outlined the deletion of the conditions, so 12, 16, 17, 23, 24, 27 and 28 are deleted. They're not converted to advice notes. It was only 11 which was converted to an advice note. So 12 is proposed to be deleted, and that's essentially indicating that we've asked for some additional information in the acoustic report. The applicant is of the view that they have sufficient protection under the environmental protection regulations. The city's view is that that's not supported. There's aspects of the acoustic report which are still outstanding. That's 12. Condition 16 relates to the vandalism or a street tree dying. That's a standard condition which the city has been applying to all development applications where there's existing street verge trees. So that's recommended to be deleted. 17 relates to trees within the site. Pardon me. We agree that this condition is not critical, given that the site plan and the landscaping plan already notates existing trees on the site, and the applicant has given an undertaking that where possible they will retain those trees. That's 17, 23. Uh, 23 relates to Railway Parade having a left out only exit and constructed to the satisfaction of the MRA in consultation with the City of Bayswater. That's been deleted. As indicated here, the existing crossover onto Railway Parade is required to be narrowed and it needs to be redesigned with curbing to ensure right turn in and out is not possible. Accordingly, the deletion of the condition is not supported. 28. The condition 28 relates to a detailed management plan. The applicant is of the view that the local government doesn't control crowd control and management of antisocial behaviour. The city does generally apply this as a standard condition to licensed and mixed-use premises. It's just, it assists the city in being able to respond to concerns or complaints which are lodged with the city in relation to how people leave the site after hours and within car parks and surrounding streets. So that's the deleted conditions. Advice note 7. So the city had noted that we weren't supportive of the tiled dado, given that it's an element that it's not an original and it's not based on documentary evidence. Now we have provided some conditions in condition 27. So the city's officers obviously viewed the heritage report, which noted that the introduction of the tiled dado isn't consistent with the heritage fabric of the building, and that it essentially introduces another element. Whilst the city doesn't have a heritage officer, we have reviewed the heritage report. And in the context of the city's local heritage survey, the Bayswater Hotel is a Category 2 heritage property, and there's management category notes which refer to the importance to the heritage of the locality. There's a high degree of integrity and authenticity in the building. Conservation of the place is highly desirable, and any alterations or extensions should reinforce the significance of the place, and that it's included on the Town Planning Scheme 24 heritage list.
Councillor Bull, would you like to speak on it? Sorry, can I? Sorry, Councillor Johnson. Just before I ask Councillor Bull if you'd like to speak, I believe the CEO wanted to add something.
Sorry, just through you, Madam Chair, just in relation to this item, councillors, that Development WA is the determining authority, as you would see within the report, and that these conditions or this approval or these conditions and the recommendation by council will just go to Development WA as advice, and they will ultimately make the decision on it.
Councillor Bull, would you like to speak?
Just before I do, I'd just like to ask an amendment, namely the proposed advice note relating to trucks using Rose Avenue that formed part of the city's updated recommendation that was circulated around middle of the day today.
So you're requesting if the mover would accept that amendment?
Yeah, that's
to
right.
include,
And the seconder, I guess.
To include the... Do you have the wording?
Oh, I'll have to look it up. Just 2 secs.
It's in the addendum. So number 10.
Yeah, it's advice note 10 on the addendum that was circulated earlier today.
Which reads?
In relation to condition, I don't know if it is condition 19 now. Yep, the applicant is discouraged from using Rose Avenue for any loading stroke unloading associated with the development.
I'll go to the mover. Do you accept that amendment?
Probably a question. How does the city discourage So how does that condition do anything, I suppose, in layman's terms?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, if I just back step one, it will be condition 16. That's the new condition with Councillor Everson's alternative motion. It is a advice note, so it's only encouraging. It will be a request, but it won't be enforceable.
Yeah, no, it's fine then. Accept it. Yep.
Does the seconder accept it? Yeah. Okay, so that forms part of the substantive as an advice note. Would you like to speak on the item?
Yeah, we'll speak briefly. I am going to support this. I am really concerned about the watering down of tree protections, though, and but for the fact that I am confident that this applicant has a strong track record in redeveloping heritage pubs, and I do think they have a track record of that. And being able to turn these kinds of establishments around and turn them into a community, family-friendly kind of place, and I'm confident that they are sincere around that, I wouldn't support this because the death by 1,000 cuts in terms of tree protection continues by this council. And now we are removing what is a standard condition. Now, the one thing that I am confident about with these applicants is that they are genuine when they talk about wanting to be part of this local community. And so that tells me that they will understand the importance of trees and they'll understand the importance of tree protection. So even though this is being removed, and I think it is wrong that it is being removed, I am going to support this on the basis of the reputation and the sincerity of the applicants.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I just ask, please, the officer manager regarding point 2, please? This is to do with I just want to check that there's an easement. That land does not belong to the proponent. And I just want to check, please. Thank you.
I'll go to the manager.
Part of it's a short easement.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the land which was referred to about the potential liability is the city's land. It's the road reserve.
So in point 2, we're saying don't worry about it, give it to the proponent and we forget about it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the proponent already has access to that land, and there's currently a deck and some of their drive-through area is already within that legal agreement. So there, it will be renewed essentially.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak on the item, Councillor Palmer?
I just feel that there are a lot of, when Councillor Bull said death by 1,000 cuts, I think there's a lot of fringe cutting here, and that makes me feel very uncomfortable in seeing, and I do understand what our CEO has said, that this goes to a bigger authority and may not pass the pub test as such, so I'm hoping it doesn't. But I just feel that point 2 really, it makes me feel uncomfortable where we're saying we want that land back to make a safer turning, making a truncation, and they are saying delete it, which means anybody can come along where they are sort of rubbing shoulders with city land will use this and say, well, you did it there, you can do it here. So I feel from a legal point of view, I don't feel comfortable accepting 2. So I'm talking against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
So just a question, if I might, and I think from how the discussion's gone and the answers we've heard, so all these amended changes are to the original, not the new one that came out today. Thank you, just to clarify. And I'll just note that the amendment that I had proposed in the run sheet actually is not the one I wanted to put up. So just ignore that, please. Sorry, that was my mistake. Sorry, that's my question. Is it okay if I speak on that now?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just say firstly that it was a great and detailed deputation that we had last week. It was fantastic to have one of the owners here, and it was really fantastic to hear how genuinely committed that they are to this, the Bayswater Hotel, and it sounds really exciting, and it sounds like they really get what they do, and it's really nice when someone actually fronts up and is available to ask questions. And, you know, they're not, not shiny planners, but someone who genuinely cares about their business. And it certainly made a difference, I think. And I'm comfortable with actually the deletions that you proposed, because I think we heard that would impact on the designs that we've come about. And obviously conscious that we are not the final decision makers, although how awesome would it be if we were. What it means is that deleting 2 means that space stays with the Bayswater Hotel and doesn't become a road or something. So we keep the footprint of this, you know, really much loved and, you know, highly anticipated development. So I think it's really, and I heard the applicant talk about how they really want to make it very specific to Bayswater, because that's what they do, and that was really exciting to hear. So given that I think most of the rest of it is about moving conditions to advice notes, and we're not the final decision maker, even though I would actually like to support more tree protections and more long-term tree protections, I do note we're not the final decision maker, and I believe that will stay in there as advice notes. So on that basis, I'm comfortable with the recommendation, and looking forward to the development.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Peterson-Pick?
Yes, thank you. Look, I am very supportive of this development. I think it is great to see some significant progress in the Bayswater Town Centre. I'm sure that many in the community would welcome this. However, I think as it was mentioned by others, the devil is always in the details, and the details, most of them have disappeared. So I probably should say that I'm foreshadowing the office's amended motion in the addendum. The details, especially when it comes to planning, are crucial. Just a few examples. Condition 2, I think it was mentioned, and there is some space, road reserve. Of course, there is no intention to take it when it comes to the heritage building, but when it comes to other areas, the removal of that area and giving it to private property instead of to the public to expand the footpaths that in the future will be needed for many pedestrians that will use this area is concerning. Removing all the many conditions and moving them to advice notes when we know that they do not have any strength is also concerning. Another example, condition 6 talks about requiring certain conditions to be met prior to the submission of a building permit. That has been removed. That means that the certifier that will certify the building, very technical issues, but very important, councillors, will not be able to see all the changes before he or she is required to certify the development. Very detailed and technical aspects, and I do not recall any development application that we were asked to remove so many standard conditions that we consistently applied to other developments. So whilst and I'm sure other councillors are very happy that we see this development, I still don't think that it requires giving them something that we have never done to anyone else. I do not think that it was too stringent. I really appreciate the work that our planning team have done. They amended the conditions, and they provided, and I think it's public, the table, all the explanations why some conditions should not be removed, and they are now being proposed to be removed. So I will back up our professional planning team and will support their recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Lots to take in there again. Look, I probably just wanted to focus on some of the positives. So, look, my colleague, Councillor Sutherland, mentioned about the sign. I think it's big, it's bold, it's iconic, and it's all about Bayswater. So despite its size, I do feel it's in keeping with the high quality refurbishment of the hotel, beautifying the rather dull roof as was done throughout history. And thanks to the owners for putting photos up on social media showing us, giving a history lesson of the Bayswater Hotel. I also feel it's important to understand the sign in context. And with the recently opened Airport Link, it's likely that the sign will be the first thing that visitors to Western Australia will see above ground when they come from the airport. So what a great statement for our city and for Bayswater. Look, and the CEO mentioned it tonight, despite the final decision makings on this application being Development WA, so really it's up to a recommendation to approve or reject rather than condition based. Tonight Council can send a strong message that we are a progressive council, a city that's seeking investment and revitalisation. We do support our local businesses and owner operators, and most of all that we want high quality developments that will add to the life of so many in our community now and for the future of Bayswater. So that's it, thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ball, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick. That is carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to the next item, which is 10.5.2, Underbridge Activation Tonkin Gap, and this being pulled by Councillor Eason. Are you moving the officer's recommendation? Oh, sorry. Councillor Eason, I note that you've provided an alternative motion. Just get that on the screen.
I can read it out while that's happening if you'd like. Oh no, it's only short.
Yeah, you can read it out.
Yep, cool. So the alternative is that the Council, number one, advises Tonkin Gap Alliance, TGA, that they support the draft plan for activation under the Redcliffe Bridge, TGA-03-LA-0700-DRG-1001, which includes a pump track, mountain bike area and canoe landing. Number two, requests that the final plan for activation under the Redcliffe Bridge includes lighting and CCTV. And number three, requests that Main Roads WA, MRWA, provides financial support in relation to maintenance responsibility for the various elements of the plan.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Eason?
Look, I feel this alternative provides much needed balance for the proposed activation under the bridge. I've seen this concept plan in a number of our committees, reconciliation, the skate and bike, and feedback's been very mixed. There is some challenges with the location that we've heard a lot about over time, but inherently the concept plan provides improvement to the vast space that's under that bridge. It's been, the environment's been devastated essentially by expanding the bridge, and I feel that what's proposed respects the culture and environment, whilst offering a much needed boost to bike facilities that would suit a broad range of users in the community of Bayswater and beyond. That's probably about it, I'd say. Thank you.
Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, I'm happy to, again, second the alternative recommendation. We heard last week and again tonight the deputations that people are really wanting something in that space. These amenities we know that are very popular and much needed in our community, especially for the young. They're good for well-being, fitness and connection to the community. I don't really agree with the point about the antisocial behaviour because I'm not sure that's the case. Surely having more activation in that area will reduce that antisocial behaviour, and if we were lucky enough to get lights, it would be the icing on the cake. Again, I can't stress enough, I really agree with what the deputation said last week, and I hope that councillors will accept the alternative recommendation.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Johnson?
So just actually, could I move the officer's recommendation that was circulated today as a foreshadowed motion,
foreshadowing
please?
the officer's recommendation as per the supplementary.
that one,
Advice?
the new recommendation.
Yes, okay. So would you like to speak on what's on the table?
Sure, thanks. You know, having a bike track and a pump track, we've heard there's a lot of community support. I was really pleased with the final feedback that we had a lot more feedback from local Bayswater residents. Not a lot of young people feeding into that, but that's pretty normal for council processes or for, you know, public consultation in general. But it would be good to hear more from young people, because I think a lot of the comments were about how great it would be for young people. So I think, you know, hopefully they're from their parents. So people actually knew what young people wanted. And so we can take that as feedback on their behalf, perhaps. But anyway, I think we've heard that there's a lot of community desire for something like this. It fits in with our community recreation plan that we are actually building more stuff for people that are not less organised sports, and this is an opportunity to have that in this location. To be honest, when this first came out, I was quite happy for that area to be just left quite naturally. It is a really, it's a fairly significant Aboriginal campground. It is an important part of our river foreshore and needs to be considered as part of our river foreshore restoration plan. But the bridge is really wide and there's not going to be the opportunity for much to happen. So it is, you know, kind of a bonus opportunity to have something down there to connect the cycle infrastructure along the river, as well as making it a nice place to meet, which is a great opportunity. Lighting there, so the bit on the table, lighting there, because we have some very natural environments. We have areas that the city and the Friends groups have been revegetating, so the Friends of Claughton Reserve. There's a lot more wildlife coming to the area, so I'd actually be concerned that additional lighting there would interfere with the bird life of the area. So I wouldn't be supportive necessarily at this point of including lighting without knowing more about the environmental impacts, because I think ultimately this is a natural space, and if we can get some bonus use out of it, what a great opportunity. So that's why I'm less supportive of the light. I'm actually not supportive at this point of lighting there, or necessarily CCTV. I think it could be a really great natural bonus space. That's why I'm supportive of the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak for Deputy Mayor?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
My question is, I'm just wondering if the supplementary items document is a publicly accessible document?
I'll go to the Manager of Governance.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, the supplementary agenda or the addendum to the agenda is a publicly available document. It's on our website.
Great, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Because I do want to talk in favour of this, and I do want to talk about two particular aspects. So I'll be supporting this, and if it fails, I'll be supporting the foreshadowed motion. As part of the SABDAC, we have requested multiple times for consideration of lighting and CCTV. I'm going to be supporting requesting it. I don't believe that they'll do it, but it can't hurt to ask. My greatest concern about this is, pardon me, I think it's well overdue that we have something happening in the area in terms of BMX and mountain bike trails. Really happy to see this happen. But my concern is the community level of expectation with what has gone out to consultation so far. My concern is that the community may be expecting a certain level of finish which is not demonstrated in the photos that are in the supplementary items. So I hope there is good communication from Tonkin Gap and main roads, etc., around what they're saying they're delivering and the community expectation, but what they actually will be delivering. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? Councillor Peterson-Pitt. Oh, sorry, Councillor Maleka.
Sorry, thank you. Look, I'm much more comfortable to support Councillor Eveson's motion that he's put on the table, because my main concern was safety in the area. And so looking to activate the space, I think, is a real positive for the community. And my only concern was safety and concern for people visiting that space. So thank you, Councillor Eveson, for including that. Whether it goes through or not, who knows, but at least we can, apply that as a condition and hope for the best. Thanks.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, I would like to start by proposing an addition to the motion or an amendment.
Have
Yes,
you
I did
provided? I
did provide it. Some part of it is already incorporated here.
Just having a look, I don't have it in the run sheet.
The minute taker has it.
Was there a reason why this wasn't provided to councillors?
The reason is because only at the meeting we're supposed to make decisions about some items. And this item, I was hoping that the debate will help me to decide what I'm going to move. Madam, as you know, the Local Government Act requires us not to make decisions before coming here. It is very important that we will not be forced to share our views always before the meeting.
So, Councillor, Ms. CEO, would you like to make a comment about providing time for councillors to consider alternative motions?
I think through you, Madam Chair, I think the preference of the administration is to receive alternates and additional information from councillors that want to be considered on the evening to be provided to the administration prior to the actual meeting. Preference would be 24, 48 hours beforehand. That will enable the officers to provide any additional comment or provide any advice to council on potential implications of what some of those amendments or alternates could be. So that would be our preference, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So,
Can the CEO
Councillor,
please advise if we are required to do that under the Local Government Act?
Councillors, through you, Madam Chair, councillors are allowed to make amendments at any time during a council meeting. My advice would be is that councillors would give us that 24, 48 hours beforehand to allow us to provide that advice to you, councillor.
Thank you. Good.
and I'll just make a comment on that myself. In order to make informed decision making, and if we want to be transparent with our decision making and follow good governance, officers provide recommendations to us in advance. It's not a decision, but it's open for the public to see, what we're considering, and it gives us time to ask questions. Making policy on the fly and amendments on the fly is not the best process to make informed, good decisions.
Okay, can I speak?
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I hope that we will not address this issue again and again. I explained the reason that I am not always certain how I'm going to vote during a debate. And I'm just answering now. And during my time, this is my 5 minutes. I'm just saying what I want to.
Councillor, I think you've made it clear that you haven't provided your alternative. Would you like to say what that is?
It is
Your
on the
amendment?
screen, Madam Mayor. It is on your screen. So I'm happy that we're not going to discuss this again. All the rest is already incorporated here, what Councillor Eveson moved. I just would like to propose that number B, with regards to having a dedicated hard stand area with the power supply for a mobile food van, will be added at the end of limb 2.
So I'll ask the mover and the seconder if they accept that amendment.
Look, I'm seeing it now. It's hard to. I mean, I don't understand unintended consequences. No, look, this is not how I would like to do it. So, no, thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to debate. I'll just see if there's a seconder for the amendment. No seconder, it lapses.
Look, I will support the motion on the table. I think there are pros and cons to this location, but in light of having the CCTV, which I think the safety issues were also my concern, I think we're addressing this. We have a big grant from or money that is going to be spent by the state government. We always talk about the need to get our young children out of the computers, out of the homes. doing something else, socialize, and I think this is one of those things that we need to progress. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against? Anyone for? Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. This one for me has been quite a difficult decision, and I wanted to just refer to a couple of ratepayers or residents who I've telephoned over the last few days, and these ratepayers are people who signed a petition that was submitted, I think, to the state, and I know a few of the people in that petition, so I called them, and each time that theme came up about getting the kids out of the house, getting them off their computers and getting them out socialising and doing things. So for me, hearing that on multiple occasions, I'm happy to support this item tonight for the sake of those children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? If not, I'll go the move to close.
Probably not much more to add. Yeah, I would have liked maybe considering some more of what Councillor Pearson-Pick had submitted, but I think definitely encourage putting that in the 2448 to really consider. I think would be helpful. But look, I was happy to put this forward, and let's see what the 1.2 million provisional sum does provide for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, are we able to do each limb, please?
No, I'm going to vote for it as a whole. So I now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Ostaszewski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Johnson. That is carried. So we'll now get Councillor Bull back in the room. Councillor Bull, an alternative motion was provided, which was carried. We'll now move on to the next item, which is 10.1.1 Councillor Complaints Policy. This has been pulled by the Deputy Mayor. Are you moving the officer's recommendation? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ostaszewski. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'll reserve my right for reply. Thank you.
Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. This item has come back a couple of times and we've had quite intense discussions about this policy, and I believe the city has worked on a lot of the issues that have been highlighted previously, and we're back to this point today where we need to accept this policy. My opinion on this is that we can't de-risk every little thing in our policies, and I am happy that we've worked through this enough for now to get this out and up and running, and then we can make any changes that we may need to make going forward if we see that the policy isn't quite working the way we want it to work. So for now, I think let's just get this up and running, and we can change things if we need to change things in the future.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, I would like to move an alternative motion, please. And the officers have it, Madam Mayor. And I will
Have
explain what I
councillors
did.
received it?
Madam Mayor, I just said. But I'm happy we're not debating that issue again. Yes, it's an alternative motion.
So we'll just wait till we get it on screen because we haven't had an opportunity to see it or consider it. So you're foreshadowing an alternative?
I'm foreshadowing a motion,
alternative.
which essentially makes two changes only to what we have in front of us.
I'll just wait for it to get on the screen.
I'm happy to continue to explain it in the meantime.
Go ahead.
Yep. So it makes only two changes to what we have in front of us. One change is removal the clause 3.9 B and C, which relate to the CEO consulting on complaint finding with the mayor or the deputy mayor, and I will explain. And the second change is removal of clause 5C, which states that the register will not include the name of the complainant.
So this is an amendment because it's
an alternative because it is quite long. How the city drafted it, it is quite long. So it will be hard to amend it. So I'm happy to move it as a foreshadowed.
As a foreshadowed
motion.
Okay, if it's quite long, I'll just wait for it to get on the screen. Councillor Peterson-Pick, do you mind just turning up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's just a query.
Are you asking a question? You just
Yes.
have to wait until we've dealt with Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Okay, I was just looking.
Go ahead, Mr CEO.
Through the chair, Councillor Peterson-Pick's indicated an intention to do a foreshadowed. He's spoken about that. We just don't have the information in front of us, so we'll need to type it up. My suggestion would be is that Councillor Peterson-Pick has foreshadowed his intention and that you revert back to what was moved and seconded, debate that, see what happens with there, and then if need be, we'll come back to Councillor Peterson-Pick with his foreshadowed
Okay,
motion.
thank you. So, Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking, just a query, I'm looking at pages 32, 33, and this is the 3.8 complaint report. And it's all it quotes each time, Chief Executive Officer or Council to make a finding. That's in the first one, C, at the top of that page, of page 32. And it goes on each of the paragraphs saying the CEO or the council. So now, is this part of the actual motion that we are proceeding with, or is it just there for, because it doesn't say, this is attachment 2. It doesn't actually say it in the recommendation, so I'm wondering why it's there, and if it is, are we passing that as well?
I'll go to the CEO.
Through you, Madam Chair, the short answer is yes, because you need a default mechanism. If the CEO makes the complaint, then it has to be by the council. But for all intents and purposes, the majority will be determined by the CEO.
Sorry, the majority. But on each of these sentences, and there's quite a few, I've highlighted half of both pages, it's the council that is also making that recommendation of a hearing and a finding. It says a finding, to make a finding. That's basically putting the judgment back on the council.
I'll go to the CEO.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think it's to be read in the context of the complaint report will be provided to the CEO. That's the first level. And we're putting within the policy position or council for the times when the CEO would make the actual complaint, because the policy would then need to come to the council. But in the first instance, it will be the CEO. But within the policy, we have to put the council because that's your default mechanism if I'm the complainant.
Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Peterson-Pick?
Yes, I will speak against. And the officers have the what they drafted for me. Yes, look, I will not support what is on the table, unfortunately. As you know, I spoke about this issue several times. Council did not support the policy, which I was happy with. And I thought after the last briefing that we had about this, that we will, from my perspective, we will finally bring something that I can live with, and I think the public will accept. Unfortunately, in the draft policy that we received, the process has been tainted again. I was happy with the removal of council from the process, but now the mayor and or the deputy mayor, and I'm referring to any mayor or any deputy mayor in the future, will have a say about complaints before the finding is given. Clause 3.9 B and C talks about the fact that the CEO consulting on complaints with the mayor or deputy mayor. I'm not sure why any mayor or deputy mayor will have any interest in dealing with the complaints before we hear the result. That is very concerning, I think, to the council and to the public. Obviously, any mayor or any deputy mayor are not independent or neutral when it comes to complaints, or some complaints. They should be removed from the process, exactly as all councillors are being removed. So on the basis of that, I'm suggesting to remove that clause, those clauses. The second bit is the register of complaints. I consistently asked that the name of complainant will be there on the register, exactly as the name of the councillor is there, if there is finding. If the councillor is there, the person who made the complaint should also be there. I think it should be public. If any community member or any councillor feels confident to make a complaint against councillors, they should know that their name will also be there. I'm concerned otherwise that we'll see more and more false complaints, and I think everyone can imagine what can happen when they know that their name is not going to be public. So those are the two changes that I'm making.
Sorry, can I just clarify? You said 3.9 B and C, and what was the second part?
Removal of clause 5C, which states that the register will not include the name of the complainant, because I believe that the name of the complainant should be better. I'm removing the city.
You're actually removing
it.
C?
The city said that if we remove it, it will require the name of the complainant to be there.
Yeah, so I'm going to suggest an amendment for the mover and seconder to consider. I would like for you to consider an amendment removing 3.9 B and C, but 5C, I'd like to leave 5C in, but change the wording to the register will include, so remove the word not.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, but this is exactly what I'm moving. So if what I'm moving can be done as an amendment, why can't you suggest that I will move it as an amendment?
I asked you.
No, but I was told that I will need to move it as an alternative. The email that I received is that it will be an alternative. If it can be done, Madam Mayor, you're the chair. If it can be done, you can just say so. You can say it can be moved as an amendment.
I did ask you, Councillor, if you'd like to move it as an amendment.
It is long, but if you think that it is fine, we can.
I think it's fine to move as an amendment.
So I'm happy to move it as an amendment, Madam Mayor.
But leaving C in, just removing the word not, so that it's clear.
That's exactly what the intention of my amendments.
Okay, no, I understood that you were removing 5C. You were deleting 5C.
The officers, it's the same thing. As long as the complainant
name
is there.
So I'll give you the opportunity to move an amendment, and I'll ask the mover and seconder if they accept the amendment. Would you?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So the amendment is removal of 3.9 BC, and then in 5C, it's removal of the word not.
Yes, thank you.
Yep, I'll just ask the mover, do you accept that? And the seconder?
I agree, and in particular in regards to 5C, and I think this makes it much cleaner.
Okay, so that's part of the substantive motion now.
Do we need to make the same changes to limb 2 as per what the officers recommended? I'm happy to move that as well.
So can you just be clear on what's the second amendment?
Which is what I highlighted on the screen before. Limb 2. What you see highlighted in 2, this is the amendment.
Yep. So the amendment is to limb 2.
To just add those words.
Yep, what's highlighted with the removal of conditions B and C, which relate to the CEO consulting on complaint findings with the Mayor or Deputy Mayor. And 5C is captured in 1B.
That is fine, yes.
So I'll just confirm again with the mover and seconder that what's on the screen is now the substantive Yes? Okay. Would anyone like to speak against what's on the table?
Madam Mayor, when you say what's on the table, I'm considering the recommendation and the amendments, and I just feel very uncomfortable with the amount of findings that the council will be responsible for in the absence of the CEO. And with great respect, I just feel there are too many of them. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, over 12 items here within that attachment 2, stating that the council, in the end, will be making judgment on their fellow councillors. Now, pardon? Sorry, I thought someone said something. Okay. So, honestly and truly, I can't accept the fact that council, sometime in the future, will be here judging on their fellow councillor. It will happen. It may not happen with our existing CEO. It could happen down the line somewhere, and we're leaving that gaping hole legally open that the council will be in judgment of their fellow colleagues. And I'm not comfortable with that at all. So I'm sorry. I'd love to agree with it and finish it, but I can't agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? If not, I'll go the mover to close. Okay, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer and Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. So we're now... The next item, which has been, we need to go to item 10.1.2, which is electronic attendance of Mayor and Councillor Eveson at November.
I pulled that one and I
No, but it's got an absolute majority for Lim 1. So, Deputy Mayor moving. Do I have a seconder? It's item 10.1.2, electronic attendance of Mayor and Councillor Eveson at November. Yep, so do I have a seconder? Councillor Maleka. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Maleka. Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. The next item which has been pulled is 10.1.3, Ward Boundary and Representation Review, including an addendum. It has been pulled by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bull. You'll be leaving the room. Deputy Mayor, are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to thank the officers for a clear and easy to understand paper, and I'm supporting what's on the table. But I just do want to reiterate a bit of disappointment that we've only just recently gone through all of this process and may have to go through it again.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Yes, I agree with Deputy Mayor Catherine Earhart. We have been through this before, and here we go again. But so I agree, and that's it. Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. Can we please get Councillor Bull back? Oh, he's got, then he's, sorry, he's still got, sorry, Councillor Bull, the next one you've got a proximity, so. So, councillors, we're up to 10.3.1, Network Renewal Underground Program Pilot. This has been pulled by the Deputy Mayor. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. The NRUP program is a relatively new program, and it's really, I think it's a really good opportunity for ratepayers in general. It turns out that this one works out, I think, a much cheaper program than the SUP, and hopefully we'll have a quicker turnaround time than the SUP, which we're still waiting for in Mayland 6 or 7 years later. But we do need to be focusing more on the underground power programs that are available, and I think the city's been doing a good job in advocating and applying for these. So thank you for what you're doing in that space as well. You know, it's hard for areas like City of Bayswater, where we are an older suburb, and it is harder to go and retrofit all that stuff. I think the newer suburbs don't appreciate the advantages that they have of everything's all undergrounded from day one, or older suburbs and Naranda. But anyway, so I look forward to, hopefully we can get all four, or the two that they're currently looking at, approved, and the other two in future approved as well. So, and more to come. Thank you.
Councillor Sutherland?
Yeah, I've always been an advocate of underground power. I tried to get it in Morley 100 years ago when I first got on council, and that didn't go far, but at least I tried. I think it's a great idea. The officer's report went into the reasons why. It's just a no-brainer: low maintenance costs, improved streetscape appearance, even better street trees, etc., etc. And it is a better option. And I hope it is. I agree with Councillor Earhart. It is difficult in a suburb or in a council like Bayswater. You sort of squashed a small council, and it's hard to get the funds to get this going. By now, you would have thought in 2022, most of the council could have been underground. You know, while I'm on, got the mic, I'll just get on my soapbox for 2 minutes. I can never understand where some areas are getting redone, like Walter Road. They had all the water pipes, had the roads open. Why they couldn't have done both things at once and put some underground power there? But that's state government work for you, so how it works. But I would have thought that would have been a great time about 18 months ago, 2 years ago, to put underground power on Walter Road. But yeah, I think bring it on.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against? Anyone for? Councillor Peterson-Pick?
Yes, I would just like to reiterate the benefits of this program and underground power, and the need to do this faster. We are, because of the budgetary implications, we are dependent on the state government to progress this kind of plan and the general underground power plan, but they have been undertaking those programs too slowly for the needs that we have. The vast majority of community members that I spoke with have been waiting for those programs to be implemented on that street. I believe community members understand the benefits, and when it comes to the Mayland Central, I received so many requests whether the council can expand the small catchment that currently is approved. So I'm hoping that the state government again will progress all of them quickly. The current program, which I think is round 6, and finish with it quickly as well, and move on with this. The state government has the money, and they need to do this.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? If not, I'll go the move to close.
Thank you. Sorry, just one more thing there I wanted to mention as well is that I am glad to see that from my notice of motion about the main road, about investigating along main arterial roads and stuff, that the Western Power has come back with a feasibility study of half of what we budgeted. So that's great news too. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. Can we please ask Councillor Bull back in? Councillor Bull, the officer's recommendation was adopted for the NRUP item. That was the ward boundary and representation review, and the officer's recommendation, including the addendum, was adopted. So we now move on to item 10.4.1, Morley Activity Centre Streetscape Plan Detailed Design Project. This has been pulled by Councillor Eveson, and I note that you have provided an alternative motion.
Yes, it's a procedural motion. that in accordance with clauses 11B, 11.1B and 11.6 of the City Standing Orders, Local Law 2021, this item be referred to a meeting of council in the first quarter of 2023 to allow it to be discussed at a councillor workshop prior to consideration by council.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Osazowski. Councillor Eveson, as a procedural motion, you can talk to it and then we'll put it to the vote.
No worries. Look, a little bit surprised to see this one come back so quickly, I guess. It didn't seem aligned, so, there's a lot of discussion. We heard some deputations last week that there's probably some other options that we need to consider. Tonight we've been asked to approve a change in the streetscape plan that contradicts a lot of other documents. So I think it was right to defer this to a councillor workshop and then for it to come back.
Thank you. I'll now put this straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Peterson-Piggott and Councillor Bull. That is adopted. So we'll now move on to item 10.5.1, stormwater drainage, Rose Avenue, Bayswater. Councillor Palmer, you've pulled this. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
I'm moving the officer's recommendation, and I'd just like to ask a little bit of advice after we had a workshop on this or a meeting on that, please. Thank you.
So would you like to ask that now?
Yep. When we look at the amount of water, we're talking about a 1 in 100-year flood, and I think now they're talking about a 1 in 50-year flood. Does the actual structure that we're doing here, the infrastructure for the in the park, will that suffice to stop flooding even every 10 years? Because I am concerned that we're not putting enough infrastructure to support. And when we see the flooding everywhere, we need to be a little bit on our mark here as a warning that we will also have extensive flooding. The King William Street has always been a gravitational
I'll
area.
just get the question first before we go into debate.
Thank you. The question was for whether this was a 1 in 10 year flood structure, 1 in 50 or 1 in 100.
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, the proposal is with the recommendation that it would accommodate the 1 in 100-year storm. So if it can accommodate the 1 in 100, it will accommodate the 1 in 10 and 1 in 50. But in saying that, there will still be flooding in other parts in King William Street that are not associated with this part of the catchment. So further down King William Street, at Guildford Road, for example, there's been historically flooding, and there's probably still will be. This is accommodating the area closer to the station to keep it in the condition that it is now.
Thank you. I'll move this. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson. Councillor Palmer?
Yeah, I think we had a good discussion with officers and visitors regarding this, and we asked plenty of questions similar to what I've just asked about whether this is purposeful to protect that area, that residential area from flooding. And from what the officer has said today, then I'm quite happy that this would suffice. As if it's 1 in 10, 1 in 50 and 1 in 100 floods in that area, then it's acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. And thanks to the officers for putting up this recommendation. Actually, the work that is behind that, about a bit of pushback to a state government project that's going to increase the hard surfaces and increase the catchment area that's impacting on the struggling drainage in Bayswater. I think, their solution of digging up Rose Avenue is actually a really poor outcome for the residents of Rose Avenue that have endured so much, being right at the front line of the construction that's going on right now in our town centre. So, yeah, if they can fix the problem and Watercorp can fix the problem of drainage, then I think that's a better outcome with less impact on the Rose Avenue residents. I had contemplated a request that I received from a resident for underground power to be provided to the residents of Rose Avenue. There are 3 power poles in Rose Avenue, so it wouldn't be a big ask given the amount of work that's going on around them and impacting on those residents. I had contemplated proposing a trade-off for putting the drainage in Rose Avenue in exchange for underground power, but I don't feel that's a good enough benefit really to dig up their road, and I do hope that they are able to get underground power as part of the works going on around them. I know it's a separate issue, but it is just an opportunity to, what did Councillor Sutherland say? Well, I've got the mic. Really advocate for the residents of Rose Avenue. That they're really, got a beautiful street and a wonderful community. They'll all turn out if you wander down there, and they don't deserve, certainly not to be flooded. It's a very low-lying area, and they certainly deserve underground power. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against? Anyone for? If not, I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous by those in the room. Thank you. So, councillors, that's all the items under section 10 that have been pulled. So we'll now move to adopt the remaining items on block. Do I have a mover? Councillor Palmer, seconded Councillor Maleka. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. So we'll now move to notices of motion. As item 11.1 is confidential, can I please have a mover and seconder to move discussion of the item to section 14 under confidential items? Moved Councillor Palmer. Seconded Councillor Maleka. Councillor Ossowski.
Question, sorry, can you just clarify for me, please, what you're doing right now?
So
Sorry,
we're
thank
moving to notices of motion, which are under section 11. 11.1 is a confidential item. So instead of closing the doors now, I'm suggesting we vote to move that to the confidential section under section 14 so that we can continue in open session for the other notices of motion. Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Maleka. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Johnston and myself. All those against is Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pigg and Councillor Bull. That is carried. So we'll now move to item 11.2, which is a notice of motion from the Deputy Mayor regarding vaping.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The motion is that Council, there is a slight amendment to this one as well, I'm sorry. So the Council requests...
And that's been provided?
Yes, it has been provided. It is a very, very minor, very minor amendment. It's one word. Yeah. So where it says that uses are not permitted in future developments to uses that are limited in future developments.
So not permitted is changed to limited?
Yes.
I believe that is not a substantial change and that can be accommodated as part of your notice of motion. Do I have a... could you please read out the motion in full and then I'll
requests that the Chief Executive Officer investigate options for changes to the planning framework to list smoking or cigar rooms, tobacconists, vape shops and other outlets whose primary purpose of the premises is where tobacco, e-cigarettes and other products to be used for smoking are offered for sale or consumed as uses that are limited in future developments, and that a report on the outcomes of the investigation be presented to Council at the December 2022 Ordinary Council meeting.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnston, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Apologies, I'm not feeling super great, so I'm going to try and keep this short. The intent behind this is just to put parameters around where these shops can set up. There's no current definition around vaping or anything like that. So currently that sits underneath the definition of a shop, so they can set up anywhere. They can set up right next to a shop where teenagers hang out within direct eye line of a school. I think we need to look around and consult with the community once the paper's developed, of course, where these kind of places should be set up. We've got parameters to a degree around alcohol premises. We've changed that to limit the size of alcohol outlets in town centres. And I think that this is one that's gone through the loopholes, and with vaping and e-cigarettes being relatively newish. They've been around for a while, but yeah, relatively newish. We haven't really contemplated that within our TPS. That's one thing that we can be controlling and be looking at. I have totally taken inspiration from City of Vincent on this one. I think it is an excellent thing that to be looking at, and I think we should be looking through that and putting those controls in our planning instruments.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, nothing further really. Just that it is a relatively new issue that's arising, and we should be looking at that in terms of our planning framework.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Palmer?
Just a quick question, please. Where it says for sale or consumed as uses that are not permitted in future developments, is that also concerning outside the development, say a school where a child or a student or a teacher might not be allowed to smoke inside, goes outside the school gates and smokes?
No, I don't believe this is in terms of actual smoking. It's in terms of shops selling.
Yeah,
The main purpose is selling.
Okay, because of the word consumption.
And the purpose
Thank
of...
you.
I'll go to the mover. Wants to make a
If I
comment.
may clarify, my intent behind this one is to look at all uses, sale and consumption. It wouldn't be something that could be applied retrospectively, I believe. But if there was, say, for instance, a new development that came through and they wanted, I don't know, an alfresco, but it's in a zone that's right next to a primary school, then that would likely be a recommendation to be considered and consulted with the community of, do you want an alfresco that's next to a school to be able to have cigarettes puffing away? So that's my understanding. Officers, please feel free to jump in and clarify.
I'll go to the Director.
Thank you, through the Chair. That's our understanding too. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was just concerned about people smoking outside the perimeters. Thank you.
Would you like to speak on the item, Councillor Palmer? Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? If not, I'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. That is carried. So the next item is notice of motion from Councillor Peterson-Pick, Active Travel Officer grants. Would you like to read out your notice of motion?
Yes. That Council requests the Chief Executive Officer to apply for the new Active Travel Officer grant as part of the Department of Transport's 2022 Western Australian Bicycle Network Grants Program to assist with the development and implementation of various city initiatives, plans and actions aiming to improve our cycling infrastructure and promote riding, including the city's Safe Routes to School plan.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you. Look, the motion here is to support an application for a grant where we will get 50% of the funding to provide special knowledge and expertise with regards to those issues that are mentioned here in the report to the city. And I believe from my experience over the 5 years that I'm on the council and dealing a lot with those issues, walkability, cyclability, livability, also accessibility, also as part of the Access and Inclusion Committee for many years, there is a gap. And I think having an officer dedicated for that can assist us. And when we are implementing and developing the bike plan, the new bike plan, the Safe Routes to School plan that will hopefully be a plan for all schools in the city gradually. Yeah, but if I would say that if there is one thing, in my view, that council can do to seriously promote livability in our city, as per all our strategic documents, that this is flagged with us, that this is what the community wants, this is it. This is it. Having that person that can look at and provide feedback on the Morley Streetscape plan, from their perspective, on structure plans, on specific initiatives, etc. This is it. So I'm hoping councillors will support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Palmer?
Yes, just very briefly, it is a 50% cost to the city, and I do believe for that 3-year term, if an employee was actually equipped with the experience of the bicycle network, not just someone who just fancies getting along there and doing it. So we need to get somebody that's really fitting of this profession. The bike lanes, the bike tracks, the bike plans are so essential in walking and biking that we need someone with that experience to allow this to occur for the next 3 years. And I think that is pretty good going if we get the right person. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against? Anyone for? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. We want more active transport in our, it's part of our plan. It's part of what our community wants. We're building roads all the time. Every month there's a report about something where we talk about, building in active transport. Here we have an opportunity to have part of that position funded, which is just fantastic. So really excited to take up this opportunity.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Eveson.
Not against, just a question. Probably to the CEO actually. Is this role, I guess, anticipated or a priority in the resource plan that the city has?
I'll go to the CEO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the current workforce plan for the city is out of date. So the answer to that is that resource is not aligned to the current workforce plan that we have. I suppose from my perspective, this is where the council-led business planning process comes in terms of FTEs that are required to run the business are considered as part of that process, and you align it to your strategic priorities as part of your business planning process. So, but the short answer is no, it's not, but the workforce plan is out of date.
That's it, thanks. Yeah.
Would you like to speak on the item?
No, just that question.
Anyone speaking for? Anyone speaking against? I have a question just following on from that question. It's to the CEO. Do we have in the current budget money set aside to fund the other 50% of this position?
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is that no, we don't have any additional FTEs within the current budget.
Thank you. I have another question. So in your view, is this the appropriate process to create new positions?
Through you, Madam Chair, as I stated in response to the previous question, is the preference would be is that council would consider FTE requests as part of your council-led business planning process. So you would consider that when you're setting out priorities for a financial year. But notwithstanding that, I mean, council, as we've put within the officer comment, you could still apply for the grant and then consider it as part of the 23-24 budget process and lead it into that context. So you could still do it that way.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Yes, look, this is a grant. And this is the first time that this specific grant is being offered by the Department of Transport. We cannot plan necessarily for grants, especially new grants. It's now here. We can say no, and other local governments will jump on that, knowing that we do have a bike plan that we still haven't completed. We have other plans. I assumed that once we have the mid-year budget review, or even later on at the new budget, this can be incorporated if we actually get the grant. So it's all about if. So rejecting something like this now, when it can be months away before we hear whether we are eligible for the grant, might not be wise, knowing what we have now on our plate in the city of Bayswater.
Thank you. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Palmer, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. All those against is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland and myself. That is lost.
Can you just explain, is it because it's 5 against 5?
Yep,
And
so
this
I
is your
use the
casting
casting vote.
So it's 2 votes. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's lost. I'll now move to item 11.4, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Peterson-Pick, sale of publicly owned land.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I will move what is on the table.
Would
The
you like to
council
read that?
requests the Chief Executive Officer to send a letter to the Minister for Transport, Planning, Ports, Rita Saffioti, MLA, the member for Maylands, Lisa Baker, MLA, and the member for Mount Lawley, Simon Millman, MLA 1, urging the state government, before it sells the publicly owned land on the corner of Guildford Road and East Parade, to provide a commitment, including timeframes, to finalise plans for and implement the long-awaited reconfiguration of that intersection aimed at addressing current and future traffic issues needs. 2, raising concerns over the likely loss of many significant trees as a result of the planned subdivision.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland.
Thank you. Look, this is a very significant issue for so many residents in our city, residents of Mount Lawley, section that we don't really talk about much, Maylands, Bayswater, all those people that get through this intersection, they are impacted. What we have now is a state government that rushing to sell a road reserve that was there after purchasing heritage homes, especially to deal with a future upgrade for that intersection. But instead of actually dealing with the upgrade, they are selling that land back to the private sector. And I'm very happy with the social housing component, 20%, noting that 80% is not for social housing. But I think that should be paused until we can see that there are serious plans and funding allocated by the state government to upgrade that intersection and resolves all the issues with the turning from different directions. Plenty of community members raised this issue with me over the years. I think we received 2 deputations, but many, if they knew that this is coming, they would have raised their voice. They're expecting council to support this. It doesn't actually does anything. We just ask them to upgrade the intersection, and then they can sell what they don't need. So it's really about making follow the right processes and proper planning. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, look, I totally agree with that. I mean, this plan's been around for many years. I know even probably before 2013. So the locals in that area of Mount Lawley that you were talking about have expected it. There's been a few false starts. But I totally agree with the first point, particularly. But also, moving further along from that, it makes sense if the state government does the road before they do, they sell a land, because if they sell a land and someone's trying to develop and then they try to do the road, it's going to be an absolute schmutz. It's going to be a mess of biblical proportions. So I would say it would be better to do those. I think it's a great motion and I fully support it.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against? Anyone for? If not, I'll put this straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eason and myself. That is carried. So we'll now move to item 12, questions from members without notice. Are there any questions from members without notice? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I haven't got the words in front of me, but I'll probably repeat the question I asked in August and September about when will the public see the viaduct plans from Metronet, please?
I'll go to the Director of Major Projects.
Yeah, through the chair. Unfortunately, I have to give you the same answer that I've given you on both other occasions, that they have told me that they're imminent, but we will ask them again tomorrow and see if we can get a further update.
Thank you.
Councillor Ossowski.
Thank you. This leads back to the petition that Councillor Bull presented at the beginning of the night in regards to hooning and the marks on the road and antisocial driving. Yes. So generally, I receive emails from ratepayers about exactly the same thing, and the tyre marks being left on the road, and I think of those tyre marks a little bit like graffiti, and with graffiti we try to remove those tyre marks as quick as possible. So I'm just wondering, does the city offer any type of service to a ratepayer who might be interested in getting those marks off their roads, because they are terrible to look at? Is the city able to help in any way with that, removing those hoon marks?
I'll go to the Director.
Through the chair, the city doesn't provide a service to remove those marks. They can be removed, but in most cases, if you try to remove those tyre marks, you actually cause further marks on the road that basically scar the surface. So what normally happens with the tyre marks that are on there, they generally fade after a period of time, and so normally we'd probably leave them to fade rather than try to remove it with some sort of high pressure water or other treatment.
Okay, one final question then. Would one of those street sweepers with the little brush on the side, would that have any impact at lifting it up at all? I'm just trying to find options for ratepayers who are wondering how they can get these, hoon marks, these pieces of graffiti off the road. I'm just trying to find ways that we could, attend to that. Thank you.
Yep, through the chair, in terms of using the road sweeper, that won't normally lift those tyre marks. Again, the best way is to actually leave those marks to fade over time.
Any other questions, councillors? If not, I'll move to item 13, and there is no new business of an urgent nature on tonight's agenda. We'll now move to item 14, confidential items, of which we have 2. Can I please have a mover and seconder to go behind closed doors? Move Councillor Maleka, seconding Councillor Palmer. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against is Councillor Ossowski, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull. That is carried. Thank you, councillors. I will now close this evening's meeting at 9:44 p.m. Thank you. Thanks.